I'm excited to keep doing stuff. There's still more stuff, so let's do stuff. Yeah? Yeah, we're all on board? Seems pretty good. I think, oh, I guess I should check my my to-do list, because I definitely have a to-do list. My to-do list includes whatever it is I'm doing on this planet. Probably. Yup. Oh yeah, that's... Look at him go! There they go, rockets and solar sails. We're doing the thing. Very cool. So more of this is my to-do list. Along with magnets and double check on the Vanity Project and... What the hell is an Exoforge? Oh, I renamed a planet. It's Exoforge. I get it. You have an official start date for the new job and it's Monday. Ooh, congratulations, Cryptomancer. Sounds like something that you're looking forward to. That's very cool. Yeah, okay. So we got to go check on sail production, which I am now doing on a remote planet instead of all on my starter planet. And we have to... These are... Why do they have circles around them? Have they always had circles around them like this? Do other places do that? It doesn't do it on this screen. But it does it here. And then diamonds to show they're out of the... Interesting. Has it always done that? I feel like that's new. Alright, well, either way. Yeah, so we gotta double check on sales production, and graphite production is the other thing we gotta double check on. And then we go figure out what's up with the black hole. Try and get some magnets. This is looking good. This is looking good. I like those numbers. Alright, so what did we need to do here other than the obvious? Double check to make sure that sails here are firing. Which it looks like they are. Make sure they stay firing is the other thing we need them to do. Y'all need to always be firing. ABF. I feel like I have good odds on this. But we probably want to bring some more sail firers. Ejectors? Ejectors, that's the word. Down here. Geothermal power station. Am I ever going to use that? Made it. I don't know what I'm going to do with it. Yeah, I probably want to bring more of these rail ejectors over to here. Once the Vanity Project is done doing its thing. Because that's where most of our sales are going right now also, right? We've got sale requirements in both places. I got all the rockets here. So that's well and good. And if I look at the Dyson Sphere editor, nodes in total planned. Can I see information about requirements being absorbed in orbit? Alright, that's fine. Shouldn't this show, like... Maybe if I go to this layer, I see additional information? This is what I wanted. $91,000 rockets. And we've done about 10k of them. Okay. Boy, that's a lot of rockets. But they're, you know, they're doing the thing. Shouldn't need to worry too much about that. We've got a lot of rockets stored here. That's great. And a lot of kimberlite stored here. And more sales coming in periodically. This probably goes up to like this number. Because if it's gonna get 2,000 at a time, you need to make sure that it actually holds enough that it'll refill at a reasonable point. It just definitely takes a while for logistics vessels to get here. This is on the other side of the world. The universe. The solar system? Galaxy? Galaxy. On the other side of the galaxy. Galaxy? Universe? Which word am I using here? Each of these stars is a solar system. This is a sector in a galaxy. This is not a galaxy on its own. Okay. Sector. I'll go with sector. Sector is reasonable. So we got our neutron star over here that has magnets. And we got the black hole somewhere. Don't remember where the black hole was. Here somewhere. Out in the middle of nowhere. Ah, there we go. The exact opposite of here. Right there. Still the middle of nowhere. In fact, even more the middle of nowhere than Bela Lugosi, the brightest star in the system. Alright, cool. So that's doing what it's supposed to. So now we can go... What? Now we can go... I guess check out the Vanity Project? I'm not sure what my next build is. Like, I have to make sure that things are working. But if they're working, what do I do after that? I guess it's still magnets, right? Go get magnets? Do I have the resources in hand to currently to go get magnets? I got the fuel. We'll get there. Wherever there is. Can I build a tower if I need to? No. Alright, let's make sure I have the resources to build a tower. Let's go home. Where is home? Show me home. And away we go! In theory, this is costing me fuel, but like... This drops so slowly. Licorice lasts forever. Got a lot of A names on these stars. Wonder how much of that was a deliberate choice on my part. And how much of that is just stars. I don't think I've got all these stars colonized yet. A lot of these stars aren't colonized, right? I'm not doing anything on most of these. They're just here. And I am being informed of their presence for reasons. It's so funny to see, like, the band of foundation that I've laid around the entire equator with the solar panels. Like, it's just this bright white scar around the circumference of the planet. And I have landed directly on top of them all. Good job. Feel good about that. Need to put me in charge of Earth's energy generation system? I don't know about that. My qualifications are played a video game pretty good. I guess if we had the ability to build Dyson spheres, and they worked the same way they do in the game, then yeah, alright, I should be in charge. Build a ring of solar panels around the equator isn't bad policy, I guess, yeah. I mean, more solar, probably better than less solar, given the state of the world today. Alright, what do I need to pick up here in order to make this work? I need... Yeah, let's not talk about all the worlds I've exploited for resources in order to make this happen. I need a pile of titanium alloy. Where do you suppose titanium alloy comes from? Can't really say I know. Somewhere here, probably. Titanium alloy. Titanium alloy. This is titanium alloy. Can I steal this? Is that a good idea? There's a couple of these that just aren't doing anything. I feel like there's some in a tower somewhere that I can just... Aha! This is what I wanted. Give me, like, that much. Yeah. Thanks, buddy. Alright, good. And now that I have done that, what is stopping me from building the thing? Regular steel. We don't have a good stockpile of regular steel, I don't think. I know there was some over here. I don't know if there's still some over here. Did I eat it all already? All of the leftover regular steel? I think I did. Ah, nope, there it is. 205 regular steel left. It's mine now. The world's power requirements could be satisfied with solar using less acreage than is currently used for cows. That does not surprise me in the slightest. There are a lot of inefficiencies with how the world's resources are allocated. And I am by no means an expert. I am probably biased on account of all the liberal media I consume. But, yeah, not surprised. This is looking not super well utilized, is what this is looking. Do we need more strange matter again? I think we need more strange matter again. Troubling. Not strange enough. We need to upgrade to bizarro matter. Yeah, alright, that checks out. This stuff is looking pretty idle. This, though... could use, some more deuterium. It's moving. We have it, but it's moving. That's fine. Alright. So what if I just set up like another 8 of these just right here off of the same belts? Right? Like, what if I just did... I guess I can't really because of the Tesla towers. And I wasn't able to put the Tesla towers between them like I usually do for whatever reason. Because planetary grids mean that there's only some places on the planet where blueprints work out the way they should. Sigh. But we could totally get some extras here. Right? Like, I can build this here. And then we have to figure out where the next one can go. And the next one, and the next one, and the next one. Gotta clear out some of these Tesla towers in order to make this work. Yeah, there's not room on the far side because this stuff is too close together. Mistakes. Mistakes. Alright. Let's try this. I need to make these extra particle colliders before I commit to this. So let's make some extra particle colliders. How many particle colliders am I just sitting on right now? 1. I want to cancel one build. I can't cancel one build. I can cancel the stack. I don't know how to cancel just one. Alright. So we're making 6 more of these. We'll see if I want more after that. Where are you getting your power from? Here. That's all well and good. So the problem then is going to be this one. Because you need to get power. And is that going to feed... Because we still need to feed these as well. They can't actually just get powered from the far side, can they? Yeah, I'm impressed that works at all. I guess it doesn't. It works because of this. Okay. So that works for both of these. This sort of right in between here. And then how far over can I make the next one? I mean, really the question is... how far to the left can I make this one? And then fit in a particle collider, and then tower, and then particle collider, and then tower, I think is how I want to do this. So let's figure out what I'm doing on this side. And if I can fit in a particle collider here. Right? Like that works, and then we'd have to put this somewhere here. That looks like it works. And if I then put another one here. then put a tower. This is looking like it's going to work. Alright, let's fill in the rest of this and then move the rest of these around and do this thing and see if that works the way I want it to. So we still need deuterium coming in here. Literally on this dividing line. And I think that's going to require a splitter. And it can't be the default one because of proximity. So we'll do this. And that needs to come out to this line. And Mark 1s appear to be fine here, so we'll give you a Mark 1. And then we need output, which can be a regular belt. Excuse me? Why didn't that work? I was out of range or something? I think those can be Mark 1 outputs also. Looking good. And this has to scoot over just enough that it's not interfering with the... Ah, that doesn't work, does it? Maybe if I do this instead? Ooh, still not here. I can't get both of them. Oh no. And then this is not close enough to get this one. Awkward. Oh, this doesn't even get this one. Wow. Okay, so I need to rethink how this is working. Yeah, this needs to be here. And I can't put it there because of the other collider. So maybe I move the other collider? Maybe I rearrange this row? I could rearrange this row. Stick colliders, stick power poles in between here. Would that work better? This is just such an awkward setup with the power poles. I still really want to be able to stick them in between. Like, I know that's worked in other places. I'm bummed that it doesn't work here. I guess if I had been smart, there would be more space here, and I'd just be able to put the power poles along that line. If I was smart. Had I been smart. I guess this can go here, and that'll take care of those. And that mitigates a large part of my problems. Because now I can do this. Oh, it still doesn't work. It still doesn't work. This covers all of the necessary space. But that's barely not enough room for another thing. I think this might be the best I can do. Because it can't line up directly with the next thing. And this interferes with the space that it needs to be in order to line up. Balls. Wasn't there an orbital power thing? Oh yeah, that's true. I do have like a satellite power thing that I never use. Satellite substation. Maybe this solves my problems. Let's see just how powerful my satellite substation is. I used it for the science builds, right? So I have used at least one satellite substation in my time here. Okay. It's bigger than a power pole, but not like massively bigger. It's maybe bigger enough that I can solve my current problem. It's still messy, though. What? Come on. How big is this thing? Alright, let's get this down, and then figure out where I can put the next thing. Alright. Yeah, it's not pretty, but it does work. And how are we doing on inputs? Oh, we are running short of these bad boys. Alright. Time to make more particle containers. It's been a while since I thought about particle containers. Where am I making those? The perennial problem in this game. Where am I making those? I need to be able to, like, stamp an icon on this screen so I know what each build is doing and where I can go to pick up a thing. If I were particle containers, where would I be? Hell are these coming from, actually? Draw out the world mall and something glowy seen from orbit. That's true. There's probably ways around it. Just grab a bunch of excess science and start spelling out words with it. Aha! Here we are. This stuff is going about as fast as it can, so we just make more of these. And it's gonna need... What is it pulling from over here? It's pulling graphene. I see. So we need to be able to pull in graphene from some other source in order to make this work. Yeah. Okay. So I guess I just drop a splitter here for this graphene source. And then pull resources thusly to make another row. Just exactly the same thing I'm doing here. Man, it's so awkward to put in splitters sometimes. Like, there's no good splitter arrangement to handle what is happening here. Because I want it to be... Like, this won't work because then it interferes with... I guess I could change how this is going around here. Right? This can be going this way instead. And that gives me a lot more room to work with here. Okay, now it works. You can just go in on the top, it's fine. And then it needs to end here. And then otherwise, we'll just take this whole build. And just drop another one. Need foundation supports. How do I... Okay, I get need foundation support. How do I get it to stop complaining about collide with other objects? I guess by deleting it from here over, and then just positioning it such that it lines up. Cool. Build it, baby. Alright, this is copper. This... Yes. And now I need what? What do I need, though? Oh, just 9 things. Okay, great. And also, I need more gears somewhere. Also, I'm holding on to deuterium now. Why? Here, have some fire ice. And I suppose I'm holding on to just piles of graphene now. Alright, I will leave the piles of graphene in my inventory. That is necessary for some things anyway. There we go. More particle containers. How bad does that hurt my stock of engines? Engines? Turbines? I think they're called turbines. P. Production. Past 10 minutes. Sure. Past 1 minute. Oh. Pretty badly, is what I'm hearing. Alright. Time to build more engine production. Splitivator? What are we talking about? Alright, where am I doing engines? Turbines. Whatever the hell these things are called. I'm doing this. So we do more of that, I guess. I should really find a build of this that uses the better producers, honestly. Maybe the Mark IIs instead of the Mark I. Or I could start building Mark IIIs, but that feels like a lot of resources also. Like, fairly easy to just copy and paste this thing, but, can I do better? I feel like I could do better. Maybe instead of doing better, I just do more. And that's probably okay. Need to go get a stack of gears before I do that, though. There is. I guess I could just upgrade them in place, but I think the belts are... I want to say the belts are ratioed in a particular way, but I guess that doesn't matter either. Because we're outputting double stacks onto these belts anyway. So even if the belts are ratioed, they're still feeding twice as much as they need to in here. Let's upgrade just facilities and see what that looks like. Right? I could do hold shift chain upgrade. Lack of replacing item. Well, I guess you're not wrong about that. I need more gears. Wait. I have a mall for exactly this purpose. I don't need to go over there and pick them up. I can just pick them up. Where do those particle containers, or particle colliders go? That was here. So this is where I put my extra deuterium. God forbid you not use the cheap belts. I'd have to set up a build for the better belts. And then I'm gonna, like, you have to use even more turbines. What does shift even do here? Nothing. I wish I could click and drag this. Wait, maybe I can. Expand cursor. Here we go. This is what I was looking for. Wait till I have them in my inventory. Alright, it does work. It's just a little bit more awkward than I thought it was going to be. I'm out of graphene. Oh no. Should have seen this coming. Oh, I'm like actually out of graphene. Like everywhere out of graphene. Bad news. It's getting used up as fast as it's coming in. Where is it going, though? I probably have some buffers in other places. Which of these other buildings is using graphene? Now we have to click on everything and guess. Let's drop this down to, like, 4K. Not that that fixes the problem, it just puts it off. But honestly, maybe that's good enough. Liars! Maybe not. Do the same thing over here, I guess? Go back and fix graphene? Maybe go back and fix graphene. The easy way to fix graphene is just process more fire ice. Because fire ice is a renewable resource. So I guess we just set up another one of these things and start processing more fire ice. Or extend this thing and use better belts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's build another 6 of these and extend this and use better belts. Seems like a decent idea. What are these things? They are chemical plants? Chemical plants. You know, chemical plants seem like the kind of thing that I just want to have a stack of in my inventory pretty much at all times. Such a hassle to build. And I need them frequently enough. Alright, so imagine a world where 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So out to here. There. Going to have to chain upgrade this whole thing. This goes out to here. And then here, I can do the intermediate Tesla towers, which is my favorite goddamn thing ever. I should have another one of these ready to go. Nice. I wish I hadn't automated this. Alright, fair enough. Fair enough. Said no one ever. I understand. Alright, good. Things are happening here. I like that. I like it when things happen. And I think now all of my graphene is coming from fire ice. I don't think I'm doing the other graphene anywhere. Oil and graphite into graphene. I think I am doing that literally nowhere. That's not even oil, is it? That's sulfuric acid. Who uses sulfuric acid for anything, honestly? Am I using sulfuric acid for anything? Hold. Color me curious. Sulfuric acid. Apparently I am. Fascinating. What am I using sulfuric acid for? I'm clearly not producing any sulfuric acid, so where is it coming from? I'm using 760 sulfuric acid a minute, and I have not produced sulfuric acid in at least the last hour. What is happening? What and where? I guess sulfuric acid goes into alloy? No. No, that can't be right. It does. This uses sulfuric acid. Where is it coming from? I guess sulfuric acid is coming from space. Oh! Sulfuric acid is just coming from space. That's why I haven't produced any sulfuric acid. Because it's free. I just ask the stars for more sulfuric acid, and it shows up in my inventory like magic. Well, good. Alright, am I using it anywhere else? Do I have any way of finding out where I am using sulfuric acid? Pretty sure that answer is no, my friend. Zero way of determining that information. Where is this graphite going? Graphite is going to plastic. Okay, that's fair. That's a reasonable way to use graphite. That I don't have enough of. I guess I should fix that? He said, wonderingly. We got a giant stack of plastic. We have enough plastic for our purposes. Maybe I am not worried about plastic. Is anything even requesting plastic? Alright, new question. How's plastic doing? Great! Yeah, superb. Plastic not a problem, even with our graphite shortage. Alright, well then, I'll stop caring. How are we doing on solar sails? Using magnets and rainbows. Do I have these things anywhere? Optical grading crystals? Are those real? Yet another question for my production tab. Are optical grading crystals real? If so, not locally. What about total? Okay. Optical grading crystals were consumed for brief periods of time and are not anymore? What about everywhere? I've got giant piles of optical grading crystals. And anytime I consume them, I generate more. Okay. Where am I consuming them? Or did we stop doing that? Did we decide that was not a good idea? For whatever reason. Does that mean that if I set up a tower asking for optical grading crystals, they'll just show up? Convenient if true. Ah, here we go. Here's the thing. Oh, we got extra rainbows happening. And then nothing is happening with those rainbows. I set up this build, presumably under the idea that I would eventually need it to make sails, and then never did anything with them. Now there are photon combiners in the logistics system, and nothing is asking for them. All right, let's make some more sales, shall we? That was the whole point of this. I want to go to the place where I am currently making sales. Oh, we're making sales in a different planet. That was the deal. Sales are coming from the Exoforge. All right. To the Exoforge. That's why this is so weird. Because I'm doing it somewhere else. Boy, I sure hope I didn't need to do anything else on this planet. Because I'm leaving it. We're gone. There's no going back at this point. You need a wiki to keep track of your own builds, right? There's no way to do any kind of in-game tracking of where stuff is. It's so bad. It's so bad. I'm just gonna fly through the sun. That sounds like a good idea, right? Boy, sun's got some gravitational pull. That's still scary. I'm pretty sure nothing's gonna happen, but it's still scary. Alright, so somewhere on this planet, I'm making some sales. Is this it? Well, this is sure not sales. This is a bunch of other stuff. Fascinating. Man, look at all these empty, poor empty miners. Oh, you still got something to mine. Alright, well, keep at it, boys. Good luck. I am not real. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. This is looking good. This is always looking good. Alright, where I could have sworn I was making sales out here. And I am, at least a little bit, making sales out here. And they are not going anywhere. Nobody is asking for sales. Are you kidding me? Happens like you landing on a planet abruptly drops you into normal space to turn away. That seems very jarring. Why is this not doing anything? Are we not using sales? I know we are using sales. Are we just not using sales that fast? Maybe the problem is not enough sales. Maybe the problem is not enough ejectors. I think my sale production is actually good, honestly. We're not even using rainbows here. Like, we're not requesting rainbows, and I could be. I could be requesting rainbows instead of requesting crystals. But I guess I'll leave this as is because it's working. Alright, well, if this is doing what it's supposed to, then fantastic. These extra miners that aren't doing anything. I should do something about the extra miners that aren't doing anything, right? What is happening here? What did I have set up here? Oh, I had ejectors here, and I cleaned them all out. They are no longer here. mild amounts of cleanup here. Not that it's particularly relevant, but it does potentially open up some space to build this out further in the future if I need to. Crashing into a black hole is difficult? Oh, that's good. I like this arrangement. This could be tightened up a bit. Made even prettier. But I like what it's doing. I like the idea here. Okay, well, let's start making more ejectors. How do I make more ejectors? Also, can I give you these? Thanks. How do I make more ejectors? These are entirely reasonable material requirements, but it does mean I'll need to start making steel again. They do model the light bending? That's disconcerting. That is a very disconcerting effect. Okay. So what am I doing here? Like, actually, what am I doing and where are we going? I guess I'm going to set up an ejector build? I guess I'm going to set up an ejector build. Okay. Somehow, up until now, I've gotten away with only building rail ejectors manually. Which I think means I have been playing this game wrong. So I should probably fix that. Where is my planet? There it is, on the other side of the gas giant. What a terrible place for a planet. Whose idea was that? Yeah, no, you're right. Just automate all the things. You're not wrong. What does it take to build one of these bad boys? Super magnets, processors, gears, and steel. So that could be just iron into gears and steel, and then request magnets and super magnets. No, processors and super magnets. Alright, where's my mall? Because we already have gears there. Pretty easy to have steel there too. Where is my mall? Out here somewhere. I think I went the wrong way around. Found it. We're going to need some of these. Alright, really quick. Just click all these things. Do I have as much of these as I want? No. I think I'm good on those. Think I'm good on all of these. I've got to check manually to see if I am holding enough of the things. Very much holding enough arc smelters. Titanium and stone. Yeah, I'm good. Alright. This is in the way if I'm going to extend my mall. Oh no, I'm extending the mall vertically. Mistakes. So really what I should do is blueprint this and rebuild it horizontally. Right? Just fix the problem. Alright, yeah, let's just fix the problem. Excuse me? That was not how I thought that was going to work. Alright, here's my first draft of them all. And the blueprint is tower. So what does this have for me? A variety of things. I'm just going to save this. I'm not going to just bother describing it. Save blueprint. Now, I can delete the whole mess. Oh, it's going to be so messy. There's going to be so much crap lying around. Ah! I hate it. I hate it. What a pain. What a pain. Do you need these things? No, you are connected over there. Alright, full inventory. Let's now paste this blueprint. But this time with better setup. Too close to another logistics station. Oh, really? When I am pasting them horizontally, they don't work. Oh, really? Piece of garbage. Oh, it does work this way. Blueprints, I swear to God. Guess this is the big one for refilling before they start requesting everything. Oh, it doesn't have ships yet. And then these don't need ships because it's mostly for me to come by and pick stuff up, is what it's for. Oh, so much crap in my inventory. Here, take all of this stone. Take all of these turbines. Continue taking the turbines. Maybe take this iron and this copper. And some of this. The hell am I doing with stacks of actual pressed stone in my inventory? Murdered the Pinata God. Wow. Want like 200 is what I want. And then you can take some of these. I don't need 1,000,000 of them. I need some, but not 1,000,000. I want like 100. Sure. Want like... Sure. Sure. Alright, we finally picked up everything. Christ, what a mess. I got the blueprint actually printed. Was able to land. Do I really need 500 solars? No. No, I do not. I think I had him in a box over here for a while. But then I was taking him with me to Bela Lugosi, since that planet was tidally locked, and it seemed like a good way to start out. But now it's got a Dyson sphere, so I presumably don't need them ever again. But if I go out to the black hole, they seem like a decent way to start out my builds, until I get some actual Dyson sphere going. That and wind. Alright. This is now working. Which, good. Happy about that. Which means I can now start extending it. Alright, what did we say we needed? You are going to hold the bare minimum possible of rail ejectors. To need another one of these. Ah, yes. The problem I was not expecting, which is I cannot put the stations as close together at this part of the planet as I can at this part of the planet. Super mega awkward. Oh, I hate it. I hate it so much. Alright, I guess I'll move it one further away, and then also move this one further away. Try to keep some symmetry on this build. Hey, Kellerman, how's it going? Alright, so we need super magnets and processors. We'll grab gears from here, and we'll grab steel from the iron over here. We'll compress that into steel. Where are you and you? Keep my requirements low. On your way to work on the bus, you won't be around long. Oh well. Thanks for dropping by anyway, I appreciate it. Alright, so we are going to drop an assembling machine here. To make our ejectors. So we're going to need a little bit of gears. We're going to need some iron. That I can smelt. Into steel. And then we're going to need all of these things. And then we give it all power. Is warp distance affected more by warp research or mech power? So warp research affects your top speed. I guess... I hadn't thought about it in terms of, like, which one gets you further. I think a lot of that is going to be more down to the kind of juice you're carrying. Like, once you get to black licorice, it doesn't matter at all. If you're still on candy apples, then maybe it makes a difference. But I don't know really how to measure it. I guess the assumption is that it takes the same amount of power regardless of your top speed. So if you have a higher top speed, you're still consuming the same power. And if you're producing more power, then you can go further on that same amount of power and top speed or whatever. Personally, I feel like warp speed is the bigger payoff because it gets you there faster, regardless of what your maximum distance traveled possible is. If that makes sense. Because I'm at the point now where I have enough power to get anywhere. It's just a matter of how long it takes me to get there. Oh, sorry. I am referring to the mech usable power sources, antimatter, fuel rods, and whatever the green one is. Green sticks, deuteron fuel rods. Because, I just started pretending they were candy. Sorry about that. Yes. Okay, good. What is the problem here? The problem here is that steel is slow. And it requires 20 steel per. I see. Alright, well this is going to take literal years. Unless I do something to make it faster. And I don't think I care. So I guess it's just going to be slow and take literal years. You don't have green candy apples? Ah. Huh. Like, I'm used to that color being the color of, like, sour apple candy. Like, not Jolly Ranchers, but like the Jolly Rancher adjacent candies. I don't know what I would call that color if I didn't have candy apple as a go-to reference for it. I love that I'm sitting here giving this explanation, casually referencing black licorice, as if everybody understands that my mech eats candy. I could give them another smelter. I guess it wouldn't hurt for this to finish sooner rather than later. Alright. Second smelter is go. I think that means I want to move the iron. Alright, cool. You do that thing, and eventually I'll come back for more rail ejectors. What can I do while I'm waiting for this to finish building me rail ejectors? Was there a finished product? An additional finished product that I wanted? This is interesting. I think I wanted to do this the other way. Whatever that means. Like requesting the magnets on this side so that this can be used for another output. I actually don't think that candy apple is a particularly interesting flavor. Like, I personally would not recommend chasing candy apple in order to experience it. But that's also, like, how I feel about the flavor. And I know that my opinion on sweets is not necessarily, you know, gospel. What's going on here? What's wrong with the plastic? Does it matter? Hold on. Does it matter? Before I go swarming off to deal with plastic, does it matter? Plastic. Still high on production. Still high on production. No, it does not. It does not matter. Oh, in case I say something else. Got it. Got it. Yes. Alright, yes. Alright, in that case, if your goal is to understand me better, then by all means. And that means that this has to change slightly. So that this can then output the thing. Perfect. Candy store sweet shop that has British and American stuff. Ooh, yeah, no, go check it out. I think actually, like, the idea of just expanding your horizons and experiencing other cultures' food, whether that is candy or not, is probably a good idea. So, you know, definitely go do it. What was I gonna put here? There's a reason I did this. What was the reason I did this? Did I may not have said out loud what the reason was for doing this. Chemical plants. That was the reason for doing this. Chemical plants. Flaming hot Cheetos, sure. Again, not my thing, but if it's your thing, you'll probably really like it. Like, I find that flaming hot Cheetos are pretty polarizing. Either you really like them or they're absolutely not something you're interested in. And I would recommend everybody try them to find out which. This is also requires steel. And green circuits. Okay, now I can get green circuits out of here. So if this is going to build me a building... Where is the building? No. Water pump? There we go. Jeez. Stick this here. I already have some steel coming out here, huh? Or iron, rather. Well, whatever. Is what it is. Is that gonna work? That's not gonna work, is it? Too close. Alright, steel, stone, brick, and glass. That's a lot of just random smelters, huh? How do we make glass? Is also just smelting stone? Yes. Both of these things are just smelting stone. Need a row of smelters connected to this thing. But, like, that's now not going to work because proximity. Starting to see some spaghetti here. Maybe we do it on this side, because this is where this thing is already. Need foundation support, unacceptable. I gotta find the thing again. There it is. So it still needs green chips, which are right here, so that's convenient. Now we need to give it steel. Also, chemical plants. Also, maybe not that many chemical plants. Seeing it walking past one did like 5 USD to a bag. Wow, that's exceptional. Yeah, that sounds a little expensive. Maybe still worth it? I don't know. It's not my jam, so it's not like I know how to recommend them. But probably worth trying the once. Alright, how am I getting iron to you? I guess one of any number of ways. Specially imported? Yeah, that makes sense. Alright, what if I put it here? Does that work? Can I fit here? No, it cannot fit there. Too bad. Needs to go to both places. Oh, it needs to go to here for this thing also. Ah, well, I guess I'll rebuild that. And figure out how to get iron there. Probably do this. Yeah, you don't need steel or stone. Which makes this a little easier. Get a splitter in here instead of coming off again. which still doesn't help me getting iron down to here. Just do it, right? Just do it. It doesn't matter too much, just do it. Why is it so difficult to just... Thank you. Honestly, just stay high. All right. See ya, Kellerman. Now you're doing the thing, which is great. I can come over here and grab some ejectors, which is also great. Alright, let's go use some sails. Double check on this plastic business. Plastic is starting to hurt now. Alright, so let's make sure that plastic is working before we go. Which means let's make sure plastic has graphite before we go. Because that is almost assuredly the problem. I take it back. The problem is just one of output. We are... Somehow graphite has become amazing in the past 10 minutes. I don't know how. And starting from here, it's no longer running. Wow, no, from like here it's no longer running. Because we are 100% full on plastic. Alright, so this doesn't matter to me. The fact that plastic's not running. Because we have all of the plastic forever, and it doesn't make a difference. Alright. Well then, I guess turn off the alert? I guess turn off the alert if it's not going to do anything useful. Let's go use some sail ejectors, shall we? Where am I going? Vanity Project? Let's see how the Vanity Project is doing, and then we can go to Bela Lugosi afterwards. That sounds like a reasonable way to do this. Absolutely making progress. Visible from space, even, is how much progress we're making. Where are sales coming from? 1? Yeah, I think we're doing all the work on 1. So let's head that way. I don't even know where we're doing. Like, the rocket throne is up here, but I don't know where we're doing the sales work from. I guess we could check them all. All right, let's head to the rocket throne first and see what's up over there, since that is the most obvious Go, go, warp speed! See those logistics vessels going back and forth from Vanity 1. Maybe we just go to VP 1. Magnets? Wild? I guess good job? What is this fiasco? Slowly building it in. It's taken some time to get there. Man, I should have just course corrected and then warped again. But at this point, it's like 10 seconds. Probably not worth a warp. Minute and a half, totally worth a warp. 10 seconds, maybe not so much. Alright, what are we doing on this accursed planet? I don't see... Ah, here are my ejectors that are all not firing. Because of angles, presumably. Something I don't really know how to fix. It's just going to work or it's not. And it looks like it's not. I really want a way to see how well these ejectors are working. Like, I want a chart. I guess the chart is solar sail consumption. Yeah, it kind of drops out here and eventually comes back, probably. Oh, on the whole, it's been good, and then it just suddenly dropped out. How long does it drop out? 10 hours? Yeah, you can see these spikes. Oh, and they spike for about the same amount of time. So it's probably going to be another, like, 20 minutes before it starts shooting again. But they function about half the time. Which, I don't think I can get much better than that, regardless. Like, unless there's some weird orbit shenanigans, I feel like 50% uptime is probably all I can expect. Nice periodicity. Yeah, I don't think I knew that word, but yes, I agree. Not without a redundant set of launchers. I mean, I could definitely set up another set on the far side of the planet. But I should maybe try, like, I want to find a place that I can fire from that has better than 50% uptime. But I don't know what, like, I'm still not familiar enough with the orbital mechanics and the way that solar sail orbits are set up to consistently say, like, oh, from this point I'll have, you know, 80% visibility or whatever. Unless I, you know, the very obvious planet is tidally locked and will always have visibility. Speaking of tidally locked and in theory always visibility, what is the uptime on sails in the Bela Lugosi district? Yes. That is 100% uptime. That is beautiful. Alright, good. That's working the way I thought it would. Where's the sail orbit relative to this planet? I think part of the problem, Cryptomancer, is it's not just where is the orbit, but where is the inflection point of the orbit, since it seems like there's one point in each orbit that they shoot towards, rather than just anywhere in that orbit trying to hit it. They're using orbit 2. which, if we look at orbit 2, that's, sorry, shell 2, swarm 2, is there, and I don't know where that is relative to the planet. I guess we're just outside of the planet, of the lettering. That's the M. Is that an upside down T? What am I looking at here? That's the N. Is that an upside down J? It is a T. Ah, this is an H then. Okay. So MTH. So the planet is currently like out here somewhere. Like here. Looking at this orbit. And then this orbit doesn't actually rotate like the shell layer does, right? This orbit is fixed. Maybe that means I just want an orbit that's not spun. So it's always closer to... But again, they're shooting for a specific point, right? They're just always shooting for this point in the orbit. Always aiming for that dot, or maybe like a dot over here or somewhere else. That's been my impression. I don't know if it's accurate, but that's been my impression. They're not just trying to hit the orbit. They're trying to hit a specific point on the orbit. And I don't know if that's a thing that I can change, right? If I try to add a new orbit. Longitude of AN. Okay, so this lets me set like how the orbit is inclined, but I don't think lets me change where they're shooting at. I mean, that's effectively where they're going right now, right? I could make this orbit, you know, exactly in line with the shell. If I wanted. No inclination. And then I don't know what this does, if anything. Probably not at this point, because there's no inclination. And now if I set you to 3, is that going to be any better? Means you can hit now. Alright. Oh, this one can't. Funny. Because it's too low. Really? Interesting. I didn't miss it. It's on 3. It just can't hit from this location. Ah, I did miss 1, yes. Thank you. Now it's shooting. All right, let's ramp up the. Let's make this do some more work here. And then on this side of the planet, it's a little bit too far for 3. I think that was why I had the inclination on the orbit. To hopefully, like, this would work better. Why this was working before? Why is it not working now? Huh. Suddenly it's too close? Like this lines up fine? It's lined up fine everywhere until right here. Suddenly it's too close. Collide with other... Sigh. Impressive how things can work once in this game and then never again. And by impressive, I mean I hate it. These grids are just awful to work with. Hey, Tiff, how's it going? You watched a pre-roll ad for Taco Bell breakfast. Was this an enjoyable experience for you? Alright, so this now is maybe consistently firing at 75% capacity? All the time? Horrifying? I'm so sorry. The actors were eating breakfast in bed and doing things like breaking apart their food and pouring hot sauce on their foods. Oh. I understand. The fault here lies not with you, Tiff, but with Taco Bell. I just wanted to validate the feelings that you are feeling. I, too, would be horrified. Alright. This is working. So I guess I'll take it. So now if I look at solar sail usage. Local planet. Pretty consistent once I started doing things. And we're still looking at... Hello? Well, obviously it's going to be higher because I added more. The question is whether it's going to be more consistent in its usage and not have these, like, periodic things. There's another Taco Bell ad you don't like because it is too good. A scary thought. Perhaps Taco Bell has too much power. Guess I don't need that much coal, huh? Some coal exists. Quite a lot of coal, actually. Which, you know, I'm not mad about. Alright, I feel good about what's happening here. Good enough to ignore it for now. And head on to one of the other planets in the system and see if we can improve things there. Let's head to Vanity Project 2 and see what, if anything, is occurring on that planet. They have an ad for their nacho fries, and the setup for the ad is that there's a new Groundhog's Day movie starring 2 women, but actually in the time loop they just get nacho fries every day. Damn. I would watch a new Groundhog's Day movie. I am a sucker for a good time loop. After the franchise wars. It's weird just how much of a... it's weird how much cultural headspace is taken up by Demolition Man references. Because the movie was not good. Nor was it even widely watched, in my opinion. Not that I can necessarily have an opinion on something that is probably an objective fact one way or the other. But like everybody knows the references, even if they haven't seen the movie. I say everybody. Maybe Tiffany's gonna prove me wrong. But do you understand the all restaurants are Taco Bell reference? Or Stallone chewing the scenery isn't a good movie. Look, it's not my call to make, you know? But also, yes. Nothing's actually happening on this planet, is there? I've come here for no good reason. You don't know any references by name, and you don't know the franchise war. Okay. Oh, have I shown you? I don't know if you've been around for this. Have you seen my vanity project, Tiff? I have decided to spell my name in Dyson spheres. Well, I say spheres. Shell. I need to turn this off so you can see it in its full majesty. It's still a work in progress, but we're getting there. It did notice some weird shapes in the sky. That's about right. Yeah, I'm pretty proud. I'm pretty happy with how it's worked out so far. It is by no means efficient from a power generation standpoint, but it is my name written in lights across the sky. So I'm pretty happy with how that's turning out so far. We are going to VP1. I don't have that kind of time. No one will forget who is powering their homes. Exactly. Exactly. I'll show them all, he said unironically. Alright, well, at the very least, I can continue this. As far out as I am willing to go. Since I do have some more ejectors. Alright. What is ejector uptime here on this planet? Again, I'm at the, like, 50% mark. Maybe a little bit more than 50%. No, about 50% still. And if I change it to be orbit 3, do I think that'll work out better? From where I'm at here? Probably not. Maybe. Orbit 3 being just outside the range here? Maybe orbit 1, since that would be closer to the sun? Like internal? What if I set you... Confirm you're shooting at 2. Okay. Let's try shooting at orbit 1 and see if that works out better. Since that, again, will be just inside the orbit of this planet. As opposed... And then it'll be coplanar, which... I'm actually not sure if that's better, given where this planet is. Like, this, for the most part, works, but then this is going to dip below the horizon at some point, and then it's going to no longer work. How well does this planet work? Where is this planet's rotation? Oh. Okay. Well, now I'm upside down. Can't say I'm a fan of that. But we are constantly aiming for this point down here. Which, that seems like a decent bet, actually. And given where the axis is, it's probably good. Obliquity. Equal to the angle between the equatorial plane and the revolution plane. Planet obliquity is the... Obliquity? Obliquity? You probably pronounced the U. Is the main reason for the seasonal variation. The equatorial plane... Like, okay, we've got an equator. and the revolution plane. Doesn't the planet... Oh, not rotation plane, revolution plane. This plane. Not like the planet spinning around its axis, but the planet revolving around the star. I see. Which, I mean, okay, that's pretty drastic, isn't it? This is now even with the equatorial plane, based on this compass. And it's pretty far off from the revolution plane. Okay. So I guess it's this, right? The angle between this line and the equator line is 16 degrees. Sure. I don't know what that means. Like, I agree that that's a number, and I think I know what that number represents, but I don't know what that means. So orbital inclination is something else. Or maybe it's not something else. Maybe it's the same thing. Inclination is a real thing. Orbital plane and equatorial plane are two different planes, though. Space. All right. Orbital inclination and planetary equatorial inclination. I suppose I am looking at those two things, and they are different. All right. Things are now idle, because they cannot reach 2. Can they reach 1? Yes. Well, okay, let's set them all to 1 and see if that makes for a better pattern. Some of them can reach 1. Oh my god. I'm trying to like walk and paste at the same time. It's not easy. One appears to be still outside of their orbit, though. Of this planet's orbit. Which is that what I want? Well, that's aiming internally, right? It's aiming at this point. Yeah, that's probably good. Foundation support, sure. I agree. Lack of item. Oh, terrible news. Let's see if this works or if this is still not enough foundation. Still not enough foundation. Where do I need foundation support here? Oh, I suppose. Oh! I ran out of ejectors! Can I just make ejectors? Is that a thing I'm allowed to do? I can make exactly the right number of ejectors. Huzzah! Just enough steel. Alright, I have made adjustments. That's now looking like it's going to be less spiky, but maybe also less throughput on a consistent level. Let's go back to Rocket Throne and see how they're doing. It's spiked up, but now it's dropping again. If I remember, come back and check it in an hour. Yeah, that's probably the best way to do it. Is let it go for now, and we'll see how it happens. Are we going to run into power issues is the next question. Not hardly. Well, these are pretty close by, huh? Wild. Man, what if the night sky actually looked like this? Like this close. It's not even that close. Like, it's still pretty far away on a grand scale. But, like, it looks like it's right there, right? This looks like it's, you know, within the atmosphere. If this planet had atmosphere. It's just that big? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Want to go hang out near the solar sails. I mean, okay, it is pretty far away from the planet, actually. It's, you know, 0.3 AU away. So that's definitely not what you would call close, really. Did the weave just move out of the way so I could pass through? Holy crap! That's so cool! Did it used to do that? I thought I was just like literally flying straight through it. I guess not. Oh, that's so funny. Neat. Super neat. Wait, can I land on this? I can't, right? This doesn't have geometry or nothing. Okay. This is really cool, though. Oh, this game is really pretty sometimes. Alright, what about the partially built weave? Does that also, like, shift out of the way? It totally does. In the same kind of cluster as those do. Alright. I accept. Kind of close with driving and flying, has VR support near the surface of planets, either with really close moons and or rings. Yeah, it feels like Elite Dangerous is doing a lot of things correct. For all the things that it's not doing correct. Right? Man. This is so cool. I don't play a lot of games where you just hang out in space. So it's kind of cool to just hang out in space sometimes. Surrounded by a monument to your own hubris. Let's not forget. This feels very much like a look upon my works ye mighty kind of moment. But also it's pretty. Oh, that was an abrupt ending to a song. Why would you do that to me? All right. All right, all right. All right. What is the next plan? Magnets? Is it time to go get unipolar magnets? Is it time to go play with a black hole? Might be about that time. In what way does this help again? Like, why did I want that? It's a better way to make particle containers. Requires a lot of magnets in order to make these. Chunk. I mean, I guess I could find some busy work, right? I could find some sort of resource that we're not producing in sufficient abundance and just start placing miners in places and building more outposts and stuff. But, kind of want to go visit a black hole. So we're going to do that. Ugh. We're going to do that after I take a quick break, is when we're going to do that. Since I've been going for about 2.5 hours. So let's do the break thing. Can shift this over, give you folks some music while I am taking my break. And let me say thanks for hanging out. I hope you're enjoying yourselves. Glad to have you folks around. I do love having people to chat with while we do whatever it is we're doing in this godforsaken game. I'm glad y'all are having a good time. All right, back in a bit. Alright, thank you for your patience, folks. I am back. Hot take, but you think Undertale had good music. I'm going to go out on a limb here, Tiff, and agree with you. If this is what I get cancelled over, then so be it. I'm going to pause the other music, though, and bring back the Dyson sphere. Alright, so while we've been gone, disaster has occurred. A sail producer has ceased producing sails. So that needs to be investigated. Also, I need to decide what I am doing. No lasting repercussions. Ah, well, thank you. Need to decide what we are doing out here. It's an Icefield Gelisol with low wind numbers, but not like good solar numbers either. Am I being attacked currently, like as we speak? Unclear. I don't have helpful information on this topic. Orbital resonance 1-4. What does that mean? What's an orbital resonance? There were a bunch of lasers. Oh, that's that's me attacking the sun for energy exploitation purposes. I am shooting solar sails, and they've got kind of a laser vibe to them. I need to be able to build these, which I currently cannot. So we gotta head home anyway. Grab some steel to take with me, probably. Sun probably deserved it. That's my opinion, for sure. So what's up with these solar sails? Whew! I was not expecting that bounce. I think that was the Alright, this is no longer producing because we no longer have red. Because we no longer have... We ran out of triangles. And we ran out of triangles because we ran out of glass. And we ran out of glass because we ran out of stone. I'm listening. And we ran out of stone because we just actually ran out of stone. Like the whole planet is just out of stone? Really? Yeah, I think whole planet is just out of stone. There appears to be no stone in the system. Where does one go to get stone, then? Can I add stone to the system? Is there any stone on this planet that's not being mined? Almost assuredly no. Alright, so stone's here. Where it is getting turned directly into other things. This is demanding stone. It's demanding stone? Where is it sending the stone that it just demanded? I don't think it's demanding stone at all. I think it needs to be supplying stone. Oh, no, it is sending stone. Alright, well, rest in peace all of that, I guess. To here, which is going to these plates, which is going to these sails, which are not moving because it's taking from these after it's taking. So even with sales not moving, it's not like I'm in a bad way when it comes to sail production. Alright, what if this was supplying stone? What if this just stayed supplying stone, actually? This does not seem to be working. How do I make this work? Is there a way to make this work? Awkwardly, yes. Just that smooth curve between the two buildings. Love that. Alright, quick check for stone. There is not a whole lot of stone left. In fact, this is all of the stone left on the planet. So we need to be asking for stone from the outside world. And I don't think there is currently any of these bad boys bringing in stone. So let's double check all these big towers and see if we have any big towers that can request stone for me. I've got some place where there's big towers that are just exist solely for the purposes of requesting things from the outside world. Like this one? No. Local supply remote demand is what we're looking for. This is in fact supplying some things with stuff, which that's great probably. Local supply remote demand. Okay, so stone is coming in, just not fast, which means we need to be mining more stone at some outposts. Alright, I understand. Smash the planet into its constituent stone bits. Scary. Alright, I have things in my inventory that really do not need to be in my inventory. I'm not holding on to rainbows, but I do need to get rid of these optical grading crystals, and I do need to get rid of these sails. Where do I go to get rid of sails? Further over. Where are the sails going? Here. Take my sails. And I can get rid of the grading crystals somewhere nearby. Maybe we swap over that build to use the newly fashioned optical grading crystal rainbows instead of the created from stone rainbows. I now have several, like, random intermediate towers that are producing rainbows here. Fascinating. Alright, yeah, I'm just gonna shift this build over so it stops yelling at me. Alright, so we're no longer going to produce rainbows here. All of these can go. And instead... Is anything else requesting green here? No. Okay, so this is just going to request rainbows. Not like a million rainbows. We can do lower numbers at a time. And that just needs to connect to here. Alright, so now I can hopefully give these green chips somewhere. I think I have a green chip thing in the mall, right? Take my extra green chips. Nice. I'm still holding way too many green chips. Is there a green chip supplier out here somewhere? Green chip supplier or requester? Presumably one of you. Yes. Drop this down to like 10k. And then I can give you some of my spares. Not all of my spares, apparently. Aha! Green chip demand. Found it. Have some green chips. I'm glad this works. Okay. And now sales are producing again. Good news, everybody! The sales are flowing again! Alright, so that's resolved. Now we gotta figure out stone. Because stone is coming, yes? Stone is arriving on this planet via some means. Or did I never actually fix that? Did that never get actually resolved? Coal. But this is relatively open, so maybe we'll just make this remote demand stone. And local supply stone. There's just not stone to be sent. I see. That's the problem. Okay. So we just need to be mining more stone out in other planets. Well, let's go to the Exoforge and make sure that we're mining stone there, because there is definitely stone there. He said, having not looked at the numbers. I think all of the stone on the Exoforge is being mined. Is there stone on Elbereth 4? There's plenty of stone out here. Alright, let's make that happen then. Since that is sufficiently nearby as to not require going too far out of my way. Let's find my, interstellar tower. Interstellar tower already full. Full of garbage. It doesn't have a lot of iron. We don't necessarily need it to be supplying iron. All of the iron incoming is dead. So let's just pick that up. And start mining this stone patch that is right here to be mined. Convenient. Alright, big miner. Save me. And there's this one patch right at the edge. All right, we can clean that up. What is this garbage? And then I guess you will just supply stone. Somebody's going to need some drones in order to make this work. But that's fine, I can give you drones. Now I'm holding on to too much garbage. Still holding on to too much garbage. I gotta go back home and get some more steel anyway. Let's see. Looks like we don't have any more silicon out here either. Is that true? Yep, completely mined out of silicon. So we can clean up the silicon storage here also. Which maybe means we put the iron storage back, since there is still iron on the planet somewhere. Presumably. There is still iron on the planet. It's in fact being mined as we speak. But if there's no more silicon, there's just no more silicon, and that's an easy fix. Titanium still doing thing. Stone, that's going to work. Remote supply, good. And I'm holding on to triangles for no reason. I gotta go get rid of those. Figure out how to get rid of those. I'm gonna have to go back to home in order to pick up steel. Can I just make steel? I cannot make steel by hand. I have to do it through assemblers. But this can get picked up. I'm not going to touch that central line. Oh no. Ray receiver's not in the sun anymore. That orbit, though. You're not getting power? You are. Just nobody is doing anything about this. I see. Why isn't that working? Hold on. I need to fix this. You don't have room. That's fine. He's saying you do have room. You're just working through it slowly. Are we only making magnets here? Is that what's going on? Currently only making magnets. Okay, and supplying titanium. Sure. Alright, surely this is not set up in such a way that the other half of the planet is always on the dark side, right? So this must be sometimes dark and sometimes light, based on axial tilt or whatever. It's extremely tilted axis. Oh boy. There's no good place to put these ray receivers on this planet. That's sad. Alright, well, I guess they'll just be half on and half off. And that's just how it's going to work. Is it causing me problems? No. We are fine on power. Our power requirements are not that high. Alright, well I started on some stone. Let's find another stone patch. There are a million stone patches on this planet. Like, as long as I'm here. I thought I saw a stone patch along this, central line. Kind of. Good enough. Nice. Mine those bad boys. Cool. Alright, that should improve things back home. So now we can go home again and finish restocking for the purposes of heading out to the black hole. Sounds good. Sounds good to me. Sounds like a plan. I do need some kind of steel set up at home. Or maybe I just need towers? Like, maybe I just need to put logistics towers in the mall? That's not a terrible idea either. Two minutes? I don't have that kind of time. Boing? Why are you not functioning? You are missing particle containers. Uh-oh. Again with the particle containers. I thought we addressed this. Or maybe we only partially addressed it. Looks like it was not super well addressed. Did we even address it? Did I even try? I just set up another row of thing, right? Was that not enough? I guess it's not enough when we're 100% out of turbines. Why are we 100% out of turbines? Tell me more about turbine manufacture. We're out of iron. We're just straight up out of iron now. Well, that's not how I expected this to go. That is also a thing that needs to be fixed. I didn't realize things were going so poorly. Well then. Okay. It's funny because it doesn't seem like science has been affected, but maybe that's just because we had a decent buffer of gravity lenses that is in the process of running out now. Not particularly fast. Yep, science still going strong. No problems here. Alright, but if we are 100% out of iron, that is a thing that needs fixing. Or maybe there's just not enough iron throughput, because it looks like other things that require iron are in fact working. But nothing that requires turbines is working. Oh boy. Hey, Inkling, how's it going? Well. Ah, we made more chemical plants. That's good. Oh, this just never had an output. That's even funnier. Honestly, that's probably okay. Like, picking up chemical plants 10 at a time is probably sufficient. Means I'll have to come here in order to pick them up. But at least they'll be here. How are you for your iron requirements? If you started wanting more iron, would you be able to get it? sure would not. Okay. We need to go fix this iron problem. And then we can go to the black hole? We're not going to get there this stream, are we? Once again, progress is delayed by logistical bottlenecks. All right. Where do I go to fix this iron problem? Plenty of iron on the Exoforge. And plenty of iron at Elbreth 4 also. Exoforge is going to be easier to manage. There's more iron there too. I should figure out where I'm going before I head into orbit. Let's map out a destination first. How are we on power, by the way? Good. You'll love to see it. Alright, I can wait 20 seconds. That's probably alright. Where am I going? This way? I hope this is right. Hard to see. Alright, let's find some iron. Some stone being mined, but not a lot. What are we doing here? Iron smelting. And it's just not enough. It's just not enough. Your house is on the market? Ooh, congratulations. That's a big next step. Alright, so we do this again, right? That's what we do. We just take the smelting blueprint and slap down the smelting blueprint. Yes, same side, input, output. You are going to be smelting iron. Hoping to get an offer by early next week. Wow. That's some pretty fast movement. I hope that works out. That's exciting. We're going to need an splitter. Oh, it sunk too early. What? Really? Why does that not work? It totally works. Once again, it works as long as I do it in the right order. Oh, this game. This game. And then we need to upgrade here on down. Perfect. Are you still up at the old place then, Inkling? You're still like dealing with all the real estate and getting stuff, like the final stuff moved out? Man, yeah, that sounds like it would suck to be in that position. I hope you get finished with it sooner rather than later. I might as well use the rest of the belt inputs here and do the final thing. Do it one more time. Miss sending the cats, I understand. Cats are pretty important. To upgrade that. This. Oh, this is going to be awkward to, No, actually, it's probably fine. Because I think I can do this here. Love it. Love it, love it, love it, love it. Hup. And then from here, the upward one can go out to here and then down and out. And then the bottom one can just connect here. Perfect. Perfect. Get to work, smelters. You've got a job to do. Alright. This, I believe, is still not exactly meeting my, my iron requirements, but things should be a little better now. Let's see how iron is looking. And in the past minute, we're actually slightly high on production. Alright. I'll take that. So maybe now we have turbines? That would be brilliant. That would be lovely. Alright, let this go, and back home again. Maybe this is good. Maybe now we're okay. Maybe I'll actually be able to make it to the black hole this stream. How are we now? Also, this is something that I had to come in and check up on my own, right? It's not like I was going to be warned that this was working or not working. So we should set up a warning system. Probably here. If this boy is not working, then we're out of particle containers. Okay, some turbines are getting through now. Turbines are real. Probably still not sufficient, but they are real. Turbine build has iron now, which is the important part. Okay. Hopefully this additionally improves turbine production. Yeah, still zeroed out on turbines, so that's not ideal. But it's not because of iron anymore. So we're back to whatever my original production line problems were. We're back to, you know, the OG production issue, which I may be okay with. Maybe that's good enough. Maybe that's fine. I'm starting to run low on green here, but that's because we're just capped on green output. Like, we have all of the green in the world. So I guess as long as the science continues to flow, it's not a problem? Maybe? Maybe. Continue on veins utilization? Do we do a research speed upgrade? We could. Relatively quick. I don't know that it changes anything. It means that, like, I don't have to have as many labs down in order to work with all of the science that I am producing. But, like, it doesn't change actually how fast I go through all of my science. It just changes how much science an individual lab can go through in a given amount of time. So it changes nothing. Flight speed does, in fact, change things. Yeah, letting my drones move faster is probably a worthwhile thing, worthwhile endeavor. Feel like we've long since hit the point of far too diminishing returns on ray transmission efficiency. Like that's... where is that? Solar ray energy dissipation is now down to 8.616. If I hit this button again, it's going to reduce this by 15%. So it's going to go down to like like 7%, which is like such a minor change. This felt like a much bigger deal when I was losing, you know, 40% efficiency on all of my solar panels, or all of my Dyson sphere transmissions. And then this stuff, like, I feel like my mech is as powerful as it needs to be at this point. So none of this stuff feels like it matters too much here. Drive engine, maybe. Another hit of drive engine, probably not the worst idea. That's at 32. This is at 50. Oh, boy. Alright, we'll do this one next, then. This is currently at 32. I don't know what the next step of it is going to be, though. Well, we'll figure that out once logistics starts. Once the carrier engine starts. Alright, let's get sufficient resources to do a thing. Let's go do a thing. Let's go do a thing. Need to have... Need an interstellar on my person. Oh, I should get rid of these triangles again. Where am I using triangles that's not solar sails? Yo, Gigabot, thank you for the raid. Much appreciated. How are you and yours? Thanks for coming by. Thank you for the follow as well. I'm assuming you were also playing some Dyson Sphere? How was your stream? Alright, I have an interstellar handy. Should probably go grab some wind turbines. Wind turbines. Absolutely a good idea. Probably. Stream was chill? Excellent. Excellent. You'll love to hear it. Glad things were going well for you. What am I working on today? Mostly logistics bottlenecks, it turns out. I come in with a plan, and then the plan gets derailed when I find out that I am out of iron, and turbines, and particle containers. So, you know. The original plan was to continue work on Dyson shells. I have my local O-Star partially encumbered now. Where are you? Over here. Bela Lugosi. The brightest star in the system. Progress can be seen. Progress can be seen. More progress is necessary, but this is a good start. So this is where we're at there. And then, of course, my vanity project is coming along swimmingly. So the next step is to go out to the black hole and start making what are probably mistakes. But making moves towards getting unipolar magnets. Because that is a thing I haven't done yet. And, gotta admit, it's a little scary. Going to hang out by the black hole. But, that's where we're at. So maybe go do that. I guess I should show you my vanity project before I commit to anything else. As long as I have somebody new to show off my vanity project to. It's upside down. But yeah, this is the second star I decided to wrap in a Dyson shell. And as you can see, progress is slow, but you know, it's coming. This is pretty good. And then Bela Lugosi is the most recent one. And that, of course, is even slower, but that's just going to get completely covered. Alright, so. You gotta spread the brand awareness. Exactly, exactly. Make sure people know what they're dealing with. So I guess the plan now is to take a extremely long journey and head out to the final frontier. I am, however, not going to target the black hole directly. We're going to target the planet. So I'm not flying straight at a black hole, just like pretty close. We'll see how well this works for me. All right, I have a logistics tower on hand. I have vessels and drones. I have warpers. And I have sufficient materials to make probably anything I need. Let's go! Let's go, let's go, let's go! This seems dangerous. It'll be a bit of a trip. Got about a minute to kick back. Shoot the shit, as it were. Also seems like a dangerous activity in space. Or just enjoy pretty warping graphics. Man, I spent like probably like 5 to 10 minutes just hanging out in space next to some layer of the Dyson shell and appreciating how pretty space is. I don't play enough games with space in them. Yeah, this is way the hell out here, isn't it? Oh, that pull! That gravitational pull, even from this far out, it was extremely noticeable. Can I see the black hole from here? Where is it? Opposite side of the planet. From where I am at. No. It's just in the sky. Like it's above me, up here. Where is it? Is it not visible? How does this thing work? It's presumably what's oh, there we go. Whew. Oh, now that is a sight. Can you imagine? Like, a planet in a stable orbit around a black hole? It would have to be after it became a black hole, right? It couldn't have been, like, a stable orbit around a sun, and then, or a star, and then the star became a black hole. Because the process of a star becoming a black hole seems like it would wreak at least a little havoc with any planets in orbit. But, like, look at that. And now that's the source of light. That is the actual source of light for this planet. Is the local black hole. Oh boy. That's a lot to deal with. Oh, there's just mineable fire ice out here. Wow, there really is all kinds of garbage. Well, we have a very specific kind of garbage to engage with. And that is unipolar magnets. Oh yeah! Harvestable from, you know, magnet trees. Just like Mom used to grow. I've never heard this track before either. The music knows. The music knows we are somewhere dangerous. Fractal silicon? What the balls is fractal silicon? What does that do? Do I use that to make... Is that this stuff? Fractal silicon. Wow. Okay. Sure. Heck of a place they got here. Alright, so what am I doing for power? I think we decided it was just going to be wind turbines for now, which is like a little weak. But it's what I got. Here we go. Discovered and mined a unipolar magnet near black hole, one of the rarer things in the universe. It has a pyrochlor crystal lattice, from which magnetic monopoles can be separated under a magnetic field. Sure. Yeah, absolutely. It does that thing that you said. And that is enough power for this thing. Here's the only problem with this. We need to get power to... Oh, I've done almost everything here, huh? All that's left is fractal silicon, apparently. And fusion power. Excuse me? Telling me I never built a mini fusion power station? What is a mini fusion power station? I guess I went straight to suns, huh? I never did green sticks for energy. Alright, well, for now, the easy solution is... drop this bad boy here. We don't need to give him power. We can just run this straight out. And then this can supply unipolar magnets. The hell are unipolar magnets on this thing? Oh, out here somewhere. And then once I get back wherever I'm going to use them, I can just request them from a tower that has sufficient warpers, and it'll be fine. Probably. Definitely don't need to mine fire ice, although that's cool, because we have an infinite supply of fire ice anyway. I'm kinda interested in playing with these fractal silicon veins. Unclear how interested. I think not enough to warrant a real power solution on this planet. Which is what I would need. Since I just want to turn these into diamonds. And then send the diamonds over. How much power would that need? I mean, it's another advanced mining machine, and then however many smelters I put down to turn the things into diamonds. Not diamonds. Crystal silicon. And then I start to convert stuff over so that we're using logistics provided crystal silicon instead of homebrewed crystal silicon. Internet enabled crystal silicon. So like, now that I'm here on a planet orbiting a black hole, is this a thing I can do? Star illumination, not a whole lot, really. Well, I guess that's only to be expected. Do I want to try and build a Dyson shell around the black hole? It seems very low value. And potentially dangerous. It's a goddamn black hole. Like, really? I'm surprised that it's an option. I want to go look at the black hole some more. It's too bad the robot can't just look up. Why are you so bad at looking? I don't know where I'm going. Where am I going? Like, actually, where am I going? Oh, man, look at that shimmer. The, like, red shifted light. What is going on here? Wild. I think I'm getting the heck out of here before something terrible happens to me. This seems like the kind of place where something terrible could happen to a person. On the other hand, I kind of want to just launch myself straight into the black hole and see what happens. I'm so anxious about this. Holy crap, I'm so nervous. Like, I just saved and I'm still so nervous. Like, what's the worst that could happen? I reload a save. But this is very intimidating. Scary. Like, even the music thing is scary. You may judge me, that's fair. What's happening? Achievement. Are you proud of me, Steven? Nice. So I can't actually get into it. It just pushes me away. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. All right, well, there you go. That was it. Goodbye. Goodbye, black hole. We've done it. That's as much as we can do. Dang. Well, that was an interesting experience, and I'm glad nothing bad happened. The music is so anxiety-inducing. Like, nothing can happen to you. Literally nothing can happen to you. But listen to that music. Listen to that music. Something terrible is about to happen to someone. And I don't know who it is, because it's not me. But something. Alright, we gotta go home. We gotta get out of here. I got the thing set up. We can now go back home and request materials. And play with unipolar magnets, I guess. Alright, it's gonna be about 9 hours, so I guess we should probably warp. Turn a 9-hour trip into a 1-minute trip. I'm glad I got an achievement for trying to fly straight into a black hole. I'll take that. I'll take that. I appreciate the recognition. that this is a thing that people do sometimes. Ah, big moment. Flew into a black hole. Now we're back in regular space. Okay, what is happening here? Slow it down a bit. Get back to the planet. I do love those interesting landings. Alright, so now what does this get me? This gets me easier particle containers, right? So that place where I had just a bunch of particle containers being built, we can swap those over to be like a different build that is easier to deal with than turbines. I wonder where I did that. Oh well, guess I'll never know. Ah, here we go. So now, instead of requesting all of these things, both of these can be switched over to the other build, and we swap out turbines, clear and reset, for unipolar magnets. Oh, but we still need an interstellar to demand them for us. So somewhere out here is an interstellar tower that's got a slot free. Found it. Found an interstellar tower with a slot free. Remote demand. Oh, they don't have warpers. I need an interstellar tower with warpers, I guess. Like this one. Remote demand, local supply. This can be magnets. This can be magnets. And this goes to a different build. This becomes this. Did I miss anything? Should all have the gear icon. And looks like they do. Alright, that's set up. And now it doesn't need the graphene anymore. Can have some of this graphene back, I guess. Just immediately gets sucked up. Sure. I still want, like, a little bit of graphene. Oh, now there's all these extra sorters that I can pick up. Why is there still litter? What? Thank you. is going to be a bit before these idiots get moving, because, well, magnets are coming from literally the far side of the sector. That's a long distance to travel. Guess we should go see what's happening here. Why? Probably also particle containers. I mean, if I had to guess. Yes, still particle containers. All right. Well, someday soon. In transit. Yeah, that's about right. In transit forever. How are you getting your warpers, actually? I don't see any way that this tower is getting warpers. Maybe it's not getting warpers? It might not be getting warpers. Do I need to request warpers for you? Or otherwise generate warpers in this vicinity? Probably request warpers is the easiest way to handle this. What actually is going on there? What was this powering before? Something to generate coal? Oh, something to generate diamonds. Before I started just getting diamonds from the internet. But now I'm getting diamonds from the internet, so that doesn't matter. So this thing can go. And you can have this extra proliferator. And now I have a spray coater that we can use somewhere. Maybe I should be using spray coater for whatever's happening over here with the particle containers. It could be. Maybe. Feels a little rough to manage. Oh man, I am not going to get enough magnets for this. I'm going to need a lot more magnets than I'm getting. Well, hopefully the shipments come in at a consistent enough pace that everything is fine. I'm just going to leave that alone for now. We'll come back to it once we have a better sense of what's happening. Maybe this will just disappear on its own. That'll be great. I do still need to manage warpers for that thing. So let's make another logistics tower, I guess, to just request warpers for them. Handcrafting particle containers. Hard life. Feel like I shouldn't have to do that, but you know, this is the life that I've chosen for myself, I guess. There we go. And literally all I want to do with this is request warpers. Where? There we go. I hate this. I hate everything about this. Thank you. I suppose now that I have this tower, I could do something else with this tower. What else do I do with this tower? Particle containers? Kind of doesn't matter. We'll worry about that later. I could do an additional thing there at some point. I don't care right now. All right. So now what? That was the big plan. That was the big plan for the whole stream. I don't really know what else I want to do here. Like, I guess there's just scale up on rockets and sails and take over more stars? But, like, I don't know how much that sounds like fun. I could always wait until the next big content patch and start a new save file. Maybe just put Dyson Sphere on hold for a while. That might be what happens after this. Oh, I wanted to look at what things cost now. What is this up to? 36. That's pretty easy to pull off, I think. Cool. More mining speed, less consumption. Continue, continue. Do that thing. Do more that thing. And science is still going? All the science is working? All the science is working. Look at that science go. Look at it work. Work, baby. I wonder if I could set up just a whole nother set of stacks. Probably could. We're making enough. Like, it is backed up on all of these. The science is not free-flowing. This might be holding steady. This might actually be our bottleneck right here. Because I believe I am keeping pace. Right? I believe I am producing at the rate I am consuming for most of the sciences, if not all of the sciences. So it is a little weird to me to see the buffer for all of them is so big. I am absolutely consuming all of the whites that I am producing. And that is seems like it's exactly enough for a full stack, which is neat. How are we doing over here? Lots of refined oil. But not too much refined oil, it turns out. Just enough refined oil. So stuff isn't backing up. Look at the science go. This is probably the best part of this game, honestly. Like the bright, vibrant colors of the science. Congrats on winning the game. Thank you. Thank you. Oh yeah, I do still have to actually win the game. That's what I should do. Wow. I forgot that I hadn't done that yet. Let's actually win the game. And then we'll figure out what the next step is. This shouldn't take too long to complete. Looks like it's going to be about 15 minutes. Okay. Not too bad. I wonder if there's anybody out there doing Dyson Sphere speedruns like there are for Factorio speedruns. That would be a neat thing to see also. Still no particle containers? Man, takes so long for stuff to arrive from the other side of the galaxy. Why? I mean, other than the obvious. What am I going to do with random iron ore? I don't think there's anything on this planet that is consuming iron ore directly. Can I smelt it by hand? I totally can. Alright, just become the thing. Just get out of my inventory. How goes the celestial artwork? Well, well. I think we might be close to actually done with the game. There is still a bit of time before the Vanity project completes, but other than like getting enough sales out to the Vanity project, I don't really know what else I want to be spending my time on. Which, I mean, that is a thing to be spending my time on. So let's keep working on that. There should be some more sales to pull here. I should not have cleared that. I just wanted to take all of the ejectors. Sphere complete. Well, the sphere at Albereth is done. This has been done for a while. We are building another sphere at the O star at Bela Lugosi. And that is nowhere near complete. That is very much a work barely started. Still heavily in progress. But the Vanity project is definitely getting closer. Right? It's starting to fill out. But yeah, getting some more sales out here seems like not a bad idea. So let's go let's go use some sales, since we appear to have them in abundance. Oh, and I'm finally working on the science that is win the game, because I guess I just had not launched a rocket yet. Like I had done everything else, I just hadn't done the thing that says win the game on it. So how is pace here? We're looking at local planet. Solar sails doing a thing, and if I look at the past hour, now we have this like free flowing chart. And if I look at the past 10 hours, it's a little less spiky, but it's a lot more consistent. Past 10 hours is 349. Past hour, 515. All right. I mean, I did add a bunch more ejectors, so that's not necessarily clear that one orbit is better than the other. If I wanted to be sure about one orbit being better than the other, I'd have to switch the orbit again and double check. But just like looking at the graph, this could mean more efficient use of it, more ejector uptime, but it's not actually clear to me. Not 100% clear. And if I look at the rocket throne, all right, rocket throne looking pretty much the same. There's a bunch of downtime, and outside of that downtime, it's no, it's the same. It's the same. It's still like the same. It's about the same amount of downtime, I think. It's a smoother cutoff, but still about the same amount of downtime. So it seems like the closer planets have better uptime on their rockets. Or on their ejectors, rather. So we should probably set up on VP2. And try to get an orbit point that's nearby VP2 for our next orbit. That seems like a decent thing to try to do. Sure, let's go do that. This way. Wrong line. Hello. All right, let's find us a pole. Can drop a power flower out here and then start setting up. That's not a power flower. Plenty of Dyson sphere power to go round. Oh no, I don't have the... I need a new tower to get the sails here. Mistakes were made. Okay, I guess we gotta go home. Unless I think I can just make steel here. I can probably make enough steel here, actually, now that I think about it. Five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Give you all power. Give you all iron. horrifyingly inefficient. But I can't otherwise interact with them, can I? Like, I don't have a way to just drop stuff in from the outside, which would be an easier way to manage things. How much steel do I have now? Enough. Oh, still handcrafting particle containers like a champion. Forgot to bring some with me. Oh, there weren't any to bring with me because particle containers. The same problem as before. Sure. All right, well, this will take some time, but once that's done, I'll be able to set up some ejectors. So maybe let's get ready to set up some ejectors. And let's get a new orbit for this planet, right? Add orbit. But radius in the ecliptical. And this is as big as it gets. Which we might as well just use 3 because 3 is as big as it gets. Yeah, I might as well just use 3. Okay. I suppose I can supply you all power. Seems reasonable. Lack of solar sail. Accurate. Did we finish building the tower yet? Did indeed. Requesting solar sails. Local demand, remote demand. Hey, somebody's bringing me solar sails. Oh, nice. I don't even need to power on or nothing. If I try to do this, yes. I wonder if I can make... wonder if this works. Will this connect here? Nice. Alright, so I don't actually need to pre-put down the stuff. We can make it do it for me. Nice. Fill it all in. Start shooting them sails. Kinda. A little bit. Some of the time. Hopefully more rather than less. Are we on power? We're good? We're extremely good on power. One slice, completely sufficient. Don't need a full power flower at all. Fill that sucker in, baby. Go, go, go. My hubris demands it. And we're still shooting rockets out here or no? I feel like we've finished with rockets, right? Dyson Shell 2, which we're just not actually doing anything with. Oh. It's got some planned, Dyson Shell 1 is the one we're not doing anything with. Yeah, we've constructed all the structure points. So it's just another 9,000. I didn't dismantle the landing capsule? I'm pretty sure I dismantled the landing capsule. But thank you. Cool, I win! That's pretty anticlimactic, actually. There should have been a pop-up with, like, stats or whatever. I mean, I'll take the achievement. Achievements are nice. But, there should be more to this. Oh, I guess there's a lot of achievements to go for if I want to start going for achievements. Hoo boy. All the X per hour stuff, which we're doing a fourth of categorically. Interesting. Stop shuffling, oh my god. Travel to at least 32 planets. 21,600 universe matrices per hour. This is just gonna happen over time. Exceed a sailing speed of 340 meters per second in the atmosphere. That's maybe doable, if I try for it. Collect at least 40 million units of sand. Really? Is there anything here that's like an interesting thing to try and do? As opposed to just like go out of your way to do one unique thing that's not particularly relevant? Like the per hour things are maybe decent, but these are kind of large numbers. "40 meters above sea level without entering flight mode." What? Do you have to like, is that, I feel like I've bounced off of oceans, so that hasn't done the thing. Oh, I probably with foundations, like you could just raise height, I guess. Sure. Use more than 80k foundations on a waterworld planet. What the actual hell? Absorb 50,000 units of iron ingot at the same time. My god. Alright, so if I wanted to paper over a waterworld planet, that would be a thing I could do. Otherwise, there's not really anything inspiring on the list of things to accomplish from the achievements. Other than just, like, right now we're at 4 of each cube per second. I guess we'd need to go to, like, 15 of each cube per second to get the achievements. Like, alright, sure. And then there's a blue belt of white science, so 30 white science per second. I think 4 of each cube per second means that we're producing 4 white science a second. So 30 of each cube per second, that's a lot of science. That's a hell of a pace. I don't know that that's what I want to be doing with my time. Oh, we got a sulfuric acid ocean here. That's cool. That's a cool thing to have. Look at him go. Big, giant letters in the sky. Still flickering. Probably need to add more unipolar magnets. What do the letters say? Hey, JD Plays. This is the Vanity Project. It says Jim the Eternal. They're about, what, halfway done now? More or less? About halfway done. Slightly less than halfway done. Filling it in with the rest of the sails. All the structure points are there, though. So there's something for the sails to attach. You said sub to JD? Nice, nice. Yeah, it's a little hard for me to fit that in here. It took a while looking at fonts online to land on something that I was happy with anyway. And then it like it barely fit. You hand drew yours easier. Okay, okay, okay. That makes sense. Yeah, S's are weird. S's are weird. How would I even do an S? I mean, I guess I could stick with this font, right? We could do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and it would look a little weird. It could work. Wouldn't be mad about it. I might do S's 4 wide. So like 3 across the top, 1, and then 2 in the middle, and then 1, and then 3 on the bottom. Like we went wider on some characters than others, which is like, yours aren't square, they're curved. Ooh, no, I just straight up found a pixel font. I was not going to go through that kind of trouble. That sounds like way more of a hassle than I wanted in terms of getting this out there. Well, good job, though. That sounds like a lot of work. Very cool. So, sounds like you've played a fair amount of Dyson Sphere, huh? I figure by the point you're getting to the point of, like, writing your name in Dyson shells, kind of looking for more things to do. Yeah, I'm at the point now where I'm not too sure what else I want to do in this game. I've got a full Dyson shell in the process of forming around the brightest star in the system, Bela Lugosi. This is going to take a while before it fills in, for sure. But the process is sound. I guess I could up my rocket production and really get this moving. That might be worth it for a little bit. But yeah, I'm at the point where I'm kind of like struggling to find new projects. Handy blueprints for 5 rockets per second. Yep. I've made some blueprints for much smaller numbers. I have like 2 cubes per second on red and blue, and then 1 cube per second on purple and yellow, and I thought I had one for green, but maybe not. I might have half-assed green. I could definitely work on putting some other stuff together, but like, I don't know how much I'm interested in getting myself up to 30 science per second. As opposed to just doing as much as I've done right now. I think I've gotten up to like 4 science per second total, and that felt like a decent enough achievement for me. 2 to 4 per second for all science from either rares or normal materials. Yup, makes sense. Fair amount of sense. Understandable. But yeah, I think I've reached the point here where I don't have too much else that I feel like I want to do. Not sure what other project to set myself for to continue having a reason to play this game. How are my rockets doing, actually? Rocket generation is still at home. Let's go home and check out how my rockets are doing. I think I am not even firing a rocket per second. Could probably improve that. Get the Dyson shell at Bela Lugosi built up a little faster. It's not the worst idea. Whoa there. A near miss. Whee! Alright, that was stupid. That was stupid. Let's just land. Skipping across the water like a smooth stone. Alright, where is rocket production? Where is anything? Rockets not moving super smoothly. Because we're not exactly high on quantum chips. I hope my rocket firing isn't actually slowing down as a result. I guess that's easier to check this way. How is consumption on Rocket Throne? Not Rocket Throne. Bela Lugosi 1, I think, is where I'm doing everything. Okay, so this is still moving pretty cleanly. Nothing has changed in terms of how many rockets I am capable of firing. But we are low on production. That may need to work on that. Actually, I'm firing 42.98 per minute. How many am I making? Not quite enough, actually. Barely enough. Well, if I'm gonna fire more rockets, then we better start making more rockets, which means we better start making more blue chips. Where do you suppose I am making blue chips around here? If I were a blue chip manufacturer, where would I be? Complete mystery. This is the problem when you're relying on mail order materials. You have no idea where it's coming from. There's no, like, quality guarantees. Could be extremely unethical sourcing. Could be just anywhere on the planet. Would give my left thumb for some kind of logistical view of planets. Being able to see where things are coming from, where things are going. Maybe not my actual thumb, but like a metaphorical thumb. Like if I had an extra, then I would just totally give that one up. No, these quantum chips are just going directly into research. Where am I making chips? I've got to be making them somewhere. They've got to come from somewhere. That's not blue chips. That's... Aha! Here we go. Blue chips. We found them. We're gonna need more than this, aren't we? Distressing. Filled out this entire tower. This doesn't need to be that wide, A of all. B of all, like these could connect to each other and slim down the actual amount of outputs I'm using. These two could condense. Where is this going? Oh, each of these lines is its own separate output. Oh, that's entirely unnecessary. That feels extra fixable. And we're short on Casimir crystals? Of course we are. I gotta grow more sheep. Sheep? Does cashmere come from sheep? Llamas? Alpacas? Does cashmere come from alpaca wool? Do I have to Google this? I am Googling this. Hang on. Cashmere wool. Obtained from cashmere goats. Okay. I was entirely wrong. I guess I'm gonna have to breed more goats if I want more cashmere crystals. I don't know that I've unlocked goat breeding in this game. This may be even more of a struggle than previously imagined. I mean, not having the crystals is definitely a good reason to not have enough blue chips. So maybe let's look at what's going on with crystals and figure that out. And that will help with the blue chip problem? Maybe? It would be nice if that helped with the blue chip problem. Where am I making crystals? There's a couple of places I'm doing it. Right? I know I saw it near the rockets. Up here. We've got this going. And this is just going, right? This is not... There's no bottlenecks here. Just need to add more production. A lot of requirements here. Where are you sending these warpers? Oh, you are receiving these warpers. I see. That's going to cause some problems. I guess that means we stamp down another setup. Or use better belts and expand this. What if I just ate more of each of these? Oh, that's not going to work for deuterium. Hydrogen? Not hydrogen. Not deuterium. Hydrogen. How much hydrogen do you need? 12 hydrogen, so 3 hydrogen a second. So even on blue belt, the most we could handle is 10. Ah, 20, because it's coming out in stacks. So we should be running 60 hydrogen a second on this belt. Okay. So I should be able to just dump another 8 of these with no problems. Yeah? 5, 6, 7, 8. Except for that it runs into the oil seep. That's a little bit of a problem. Well, it's 1-to-1, so I'll just dump until I run out of room. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, call it? Probably? Not sure I can build that far. It's probably only 5. Let's see how far out this can go. And can I then do a... Nope. That is exactly how far this can go. All right, then. Not the sword or the belt. Thank you. That's going to be to here. Are in fact going to need power. Allow me to provide for you, my friends. Which means we can afford 5 more of these. So that's going to look like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to here. And also, I need to make more of these, so go do that. It's going to be here. Lack of which item? Which sorter is that? I guess it's a 3. Which makes sense, all things considered. Alright, is this sufficient? Oh, this is green belt. Ha! Hardly sufficient. I tell a lie, it is extremely sufficient. Everything is fine, no problems? Wow. That double stack is serious business. Thought I was going to need blue belt for it. Apparently not. That is 3 hydrogen a second required. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So this is shipping 39 hydrogen a second on green belt? No, it is Mark III's. Wait, why was this green then? Oh, because it's Mark II's at the end. What? Ah, that's not okay. Let's just get all that settled. It sounds much better. Alright, 3,900 in a second is fine. And this should be able to cover 60 a second. Collide with other objects. So again, another 5? Irritating. Why is this Mark II? It's just Mark II at the very end. Why did I do that? Awkward. Yes, lack of item. You're not wrong. That should do that. And also, we're going to need one more hit. Oh, no. No graphene. Disaster. I know where to get graphene from. He said, hopefully. Cool. Solid guess. I think I want to continue this square. So that should account for everything this needs. Goes to here. This starts the same line and goes all the way out. All right. More crystals. Ta-da. As if by magic. And or several minutes of medium labor, suddenly more resources are created. Yeah, alright, pretty good. Pretty good. Why is this one not? Why are you not? What is the problem here? You just never got an output? Really? How long has that been happening? Awkward. Okay, has this improved my, boing? My blue chip problem? Do I even remember where blue chip manufacturing was happening? Here. Have things improved? Mildly. Which isn't to say that... I don't even know that blue chip manufacturing was ever actually impacted by my slowdown on cashmere crystals. You are not outputting Y. Insufficient Gorilla Glass. Because cashmere crystals. Okay. Yeah. So, definitely affected by crystal production. And hopefully increasing crystal production will help things. Hopefully. Not so's you'd notice, apparently, is the amount by which increasing crystal production has helped things. Gotta work on that. Okay, more cashmere crystals. Might be time to just drop a new tower. Is this where I want to be? Where was that extra cashmere farm? It was out here. It was... Wait, what is going on here? What is this? Oh, green chips. Wild. Also, I still have no iron. That's cool. That's a cool thing. You are stalled because... Green chips. Ah, yes, because I have no iron. I've learned a few things about green chips recently. Why do I still have no iron? I even added extra smelters to the Exo Forge. Maybe I need to add more smelters to the Exo Forge. This is straight frozen because we are not getting a lot of unipolar magnets. Okay. Did the tower requesting unipolar magnets... Hang on. It must have worked at some point, because I was seeing the thing... Like, it's... I guess it's because other things are producing? Hold. Local supply. Yeah, okay. I guess it's just on and off. So I might need to go out to the black hole again and increase my production on unipolar magnets. That is a thing I may have to do next time I have free time. Alright. So there is still stuff to do. Who could have expected? There are still bottlenecks to clear up, is what I'm saying. I still don't really have a sense of any big build that I want to do again. Or, like, major... upgrade to my factory in terms of like science production or whatever. But there are always bottlenecks to clean up. Always, always. Ooh. This is actually... We're producing enough that there is... I'm not going to call it a bottleneck, but we need an extra belt here. Alright, that should, again, minorly help. Not a lot of room here to expand this, too bad. Plenty of room here, though. We can go to 7 more. I may have to rework this, but for now, let's just get it powered. Two, three, four, 5, 6, 7. To the tower. Also, we are going to need more assembling machines. And yes. That goes to here. And then that goes to there. Let's get you powered. Alright, yeah, that's surprisingly not super overkill on the Tesla towers. I can work with this. And they're going. Cool. Okay, so list of things to do for next stream. More unipolars. More rockets on Bela Lugosi. I think that's what all of this is aiming towards, is better rocket production so we can fire more rockets at a time. More rockets. Check supply chain. Sail production is pretty good. We need iron. Graphite is apparently fine. Surprisingly. Okay. There is indeed stuff still to do. Not big projects, but, you know, projects. For when we come back. If we come back? I'm gonna say when we come back, but no promises. But I think that's gonna be it for now. I think that is good.